Hello, the name is Doris, Disco Doris, 009, licensed to chill. I am anything but chill right now because I have been rushing around like a maniac to try and get stuff done. I completely lost track of time. Ghostly, thank you so much for the resub. and currently streaking because it's too damn hot for clothes. Thank you, Roz. Enjoy your lurking. Yeah, I lost track of time. And then Pokey was like, are we having food soon? And I was like, oh my God, I've completely lost track of time. I was looking at an old hard disk, which had all my parents' photographs on it. Yeah, got completely sidetracked. I cannot get into this paint pot. I am trying very hard. I'm trying to open paint pot 13. I might need to get Pokey to come and help me. Oh no, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Ah! Oh, my word, that was a hard one to get over. I've wrecked both my thumbnails. So this is colour 13 that I'm going to be using now. It's quite a rich brown. And first of all, it's going in here. How are you doing, by the way, Ghostly and Roz? Good, I hope. I did remember to build myself a playlist for painting along to today. So that was something I did this morning. You're hot, but you have good news? Oh, yes. What's the good news? I'd love to hear it. Your craft club did a stall today to fundraise for the RNLI. You've made £280 in 4 hours. That's amazing. Congratulations to you and your craft club. That's absolutely marvellous. So yeah, sorry, so much sorry for being late today. I have been really quite productive, but yeah, that was hardly my finest hour. Losing track of time, looking at photographs. Easily done, though. I'm not trying to excuse myself. I'm just saying it is an easily done thing. It's okay. Life happens. Hi, Dina. All money going to the local RNLI station to help out with kitting out the volunteers, so you're happy to give a little back to the community, plus a local celebrity liked your stuff, so that was nice. Nice, lovely. So yeah, I've had quite a busy day. I cleaned some of the kitchen up, including doing the dreaded salad drawer, vegetable drawer, whatever you want to call it, in the fridge. So I completely emptied out the salad drawer, and I washed in the fridge underneath where the salad drawer goes in, and emptied the drawer itself, got rid of all the dodgy produce. And then went through and I had stuff, and I made fresh coleslaw for dinner, which I did this morning. So you know, no excuses for the late again. Anne Cleves, the author and creator of Vera. Ah, nice. Fresh coleslaw sounds lovely right now. I make it with shredded red cabbage, shredded white cabbage, and carrots. I peeled all the carrots that were in the crisper drawer because they're definitely past their best. And some of them are in water in the fridge for using again in the near future, because as I said, they're a bit past the best, so they could probably do with being utilised properly. Right, now I've got to find more bits of 13 if I can. Oh yeah, there's quite a large patch over there. Well, at least you know enough to know that Vera's crime, Pokey, even though you haven't read any of her novels. I actually don't know where Sean Bean's from. I have no idea. But I feel like Sean Bean himself is probably actually reasonably good at accents. He's from Sheffield. Sheffield is very definitely not northeast, Pokey. As you'd think you'd know since we've been there. I'm wondering how much I'm getting my head in the shot. I'm looking at the canvas rather than the stream, so... Almost everywhere is north from where we are. Well, yeah, I know that. But at the same time, I am aware enough of what I'd actually consider north. And that there's north, northeast and northwest. I would say that Nottingham's the point at which I start thinking about north. Nottingham's still North Midlands, though. But yeah, Yorkshire, Lancashire, they're definitely northern counties. And I think that they'd self-identify as north versus southern. I don't think they'd identify as Midlanders either. Likewise, I don't think that Cade identifies as anything other than northern. Looking for more 13 right now. Not seeing any. I mean, there undoubtedly will be, but I don't see it right now. The moment I clicked the top of the paint pot shut was the moment I spotted the next lot of 13. How's Mum? Good, I think. She just got home from a week away, so I haven't seen her all week. I've had time off for good behaviour. So I'll phone her tomorrow and find out how she's been. What she got up to. Still looking for more areas of 13. There's one over here. So the reason I ended up looking at photos on a hard disk earlier today was that I was trying to clear up some mess behind me. So where my desk is, there's a hard surface and it's turned into my dumping ground. There's a cupboard behind me as well. And I've got quite a lot of my crafting materials in there. So there's fabric in there. There's odds and ends of, you know, there's candle making stuff in there. I've got various paperwork, paints, wool, etc. all behind me. Like yarn. It's not really wool. I don't tend to use wool, but yeah, yarn. And I found a camera bag. And I was like, what's in this camera bag? Because I know where my cameras are, and they're not in this camera bag. So I had a look, and it's Mum and Dad's old cameras. And not only were there cameras in there, there were various memory discs and stuff. So I think, so I was going through the memory discs and stuff and formatting the ones. There are new ones still in their wrappings. So I was wondering about giving the whole lot to charity. Camera bag, memory cards, the two older cameras. I don't know whether they work. And I don't know whether it's a bit rude to give non-working stuff to the charity. But yet there was also a hard disk. And the hard disk has got most of my parents' photographs on it. And I was looking through it, wondering whether to just leave the hard disk as is or to get a new tiny one. And transfer everything onto it and give it back to my mum. Like reformatted, etc. But I don't really know what to do. for following Boscans. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Triple D. You have to behave to get time off. Yes, you do. That's part of it, I'm afraid, Ghostly. That's probably where you've been going wrong. How's it going, Triple D? Good, I hope. I'm not quite sure why it's brown down here. Looks like there might be something nasty spilling into the water, doesn't it? Hi, Akuma. You just woke up, your back hurts from sleeping too long. Oh dear. I had a bit of a lie-in this morning because normally I get up reasonably early because I spend time with Fate, but he's away at the moment. He's gone to stay with his sister and enjoy some time with her, which is, you know, great. I'm happy for him. So yeah, I didn't get up till 9 o'clock, which is late for me. I'm normally up between 6 and 7. But the cat was very unimpressed by this. She thought I was malingering far too long in bed. And so she came and jumped on me and made a huge performance about, you know, she was indeed starving to death. And I was a cruel and unfeeling owner who didn't understand. So I finally gave in to the harassing for breakfast, which, you know, fair. It was about two hours later than she normally has breakfast, because of aforementioned normally getting up at between 6 and 7. I rolled over, and this startled her as she jumped in the air and landed right in Pokey's middle. And he woke up with a, "Ooh, me ghoulies!" And I observed that I presumed that he had this with his small daughters because rather than being, you know, large amounts of swearing, it was just, "Ooh, me ghoulies!" So I assume that he'd trained himself not to swear when small children did the same to him. How are you, Akuma? Good, I hope. Yeah, so I wasn't amused by the cat causing Pokey some discomfort, but I was quite amused by the reaction. I'm very, very rare. I mean, I don't generally find it funny when people are in discomfort of whatever description, unless it's self-inflicted. I can find it funny when it's self-inflicted. The Umigulis is the African bird with short legs. Is it now? You wouldn't be making this up, would you, Pokey? By any stretch of the imagination? Still looking for more bits of 13. Don't know whether that's 13. I can't see from here. No, there's another bit there. Okay, we're going to call it on 13. There might well be more bits, but we'll come back for those. Cleaning my brush out right now. Right, I think I'm going to try and find 3, just a pale blue, and get some more water put in. That gives 13 a chance to dry. I think I've done 3 before, but I've missed significant swathes, which should be 3 apparently. Of course, I've now found another couple of pieces of 13 because, of course, I have. Always the way. Hi, llama. You scared me. You thought stream was done when you said you're calling it. You were like, no, I just got here. Not at all. Llama. I very much enjoyed Paramore Llama on Instagram. Thought you did a good job with the makeups. Unless it was a filter. Oh, that was your sister? Oh, no. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. It was also a filter. Well, that explains things because things were very blurred. Hi, Grace. I should point out it was quite heavy makeup. So, do you and your sister look quite a bit alike then? Because I feel like there were a lot of features that were very similar. It was on your Instagram, wasn't it? Because I mean, I don't know your sister's Instagram at all. You do look alike. Fair enough. I'm doing good, thank you, Grace, although I was late starting because I let time get away from me. I was looking through an old hard disk of photographs. Not my photographs, of my mum and dad's photographs. I don't know whether anybody has any thoughts on whether I should maybe put those photographs on a new hard disk or leave the existing hard disk and give it back to Mum as the existing hard disk. I would appreciate thoughts, because I'm not entirely sure what I should be doing with it. I should have asked Pokey if he can back it up to our servers. That I should do first. We might have everything backed up already. I'm not entirely sure. I should probably look into a good photo manager for the server. And then I could retrieve everything from like Flickr and Image Shack and whatever and stop paying for those services. Because I'm not sure that anybody else accesses my photographs these days. Oh my God, there is a hair on my paintbrush. One of my hairs. I've just painted one of my hairs. I'll drop it on the floor. Stick it to the carpet or something. It's not carpet, it's a rug. Oh, that's the bit I was doing. There we go. In there. I'm sure there must be some good photo management. Or I need to learn how to use Plex properly. Because I think that as a media server will do photographs as well. She's like a shortened version of you that's less funny. Fair enough. You feel like you should have a Flickr account just to upload the thousands of random flowers you have on your internal storage. You know, I was thinking, I've got a lot of flower photographs myself. And I was wondering about making another starter video that is, you know, just panning across flower photographs. I think that would be nice as a, you know, I change up my start videos, as you all know. But I'm getting the hang of making videos with photographs in. Oh, that's something else I did today. You know, I said I've been productive today. I have been productive today. I have put together all of the video and photographs so far of the master bedroom renovation. So we're halfway through the decorating now. Our decorator is returning on Monday, and he is expecting to work Monday and Tuesday. But by close of play Tuesday, we should have the bedroom completely decorated. And at that point, I can finish the video of the renovation, and then I'm planning to do another video of putting everything back in, so organizing the bedroom, like going through and making sure that the cupboards contain everything but in a neat and tidy manner. You had to think for a moment whether you meant real life house or house report. I meant real life house. You would binge watch flower videos, would you, Llama? Did you enjoy the Chelsea Flower Show one that I did? Did I ever actually upload that to YouTube? I'm not sure. Well, that's 13, not 3. Again, looking to try and find the I did show it on stream, yes. Photo Bucket keeps sending you threatening emails. They will disable, delete your account, and all your photos will be deleted. It's been happening for perhaps 9 months. I would just like to move everything off a photo bucket and you know, thank you, goodbye. So I feel like I've got to that stage now. Right, I've closed up 3, and I'm thinking of using 14 now because I can see plenty of that in need of doing right the way across the water. It's interesting because 14 is a sort of a pinkish grey colour. You get those too, Grace? Why are you asking Dina to pick number 2? What's going on there? I'm looking hard at the moment to see whether there's anything more of 14 over in this area. But I'm going back down into the water now. I didn't check the middle bit. Is there anything in the middle bit that is 14 as well? No. Okay. You were avoiding the options of things like 1.5. What were the three options, Grace? I mean, I get game, read, probably art being the third. One reading, two art, three game. Ah. Enjoy the game. It's always those three. Ah, okay. She never swaps up 1, 2, and 3 either. I mean, if that's always the case, you could just say game, art, or reading. If she's saying pick a number between 1 and 3, it's always those three options. Ah, okay. But yeah, I thought that people would maybe enjoy the bedroom renovation. I mean, and even if people don't, it's a nice record for Pokey and I to have. Crip channels his inner Cade when he is sleepy. Do you mean he has problems with typing? Right, I can see a really big area of 14 that needs doing, but I'm trying to check to see whether there's any smaller areas that need doing first. Not seeing any. Now a book dwarchen. I think I agree with Dina. That sounds sort of like you're some sort of Saxon monster. Although I suppose dragons are monsters also, so. But I'm sort of put in mind of things like draugrs and barrow whites and all that sort of thing. So maybe you're an undead book dragon. Hi, Curls! You got a water pick and you love flossing with it? Sounds nice. I did wonder about that. Oh, that was ghostly. I'm sorry, Dina. A zombie dragon? Crawling around chat, devouring brains. Well, if you wish. But I was thinking sort of the draugr and barrow whites are sort of... They're more spirit undead rather than zombie. There's more than one type of undead after all. If Snow appears, you might get to absorb her talent by numbing her brain. Your water pick is the best thing ever. Lovely Curls. It's always nice to see anybody being enthusiastic about anything. But, yeah. I don't floss using dental floss. I use something called teepee brushes. Which are like this tiniest little spiral wire curl brushes. You get them in different sizes. I have 2 different sizes for my mouth because some of my teeth are closer together and some are further apart at the base. The reason I don't use ordinary dental floss is because my teeth are really close together, like at the ends of them. And I find it really uncomfortable to put floss tape down between them. But then there are gaps, you know, down at the gum level. So I use the brushes instead. As recommended, actually, by my dentist. I really need to organise getting myself back to the dentist. I need to go and see the hygienist again because we are battling with gum disease. You really struggle using dental floss? TP? TEPE. Oh, sorry, is that... Oh, you Llama's explaining how to try and Cliffradreich. Cliffradreich, is that right? I mean, chlr is one of those. It's not the easiest thing if you're not Welsh to pronounce that, but it's as close as I can get. I mean, the interesting thing about Welsh is if you do understand, it's actually spelt more or less completely phonetically if you understand how they use the alphabet. But I forget exactly. Like I believe that, you know, W is always an sound, which is, so W is a vowel rather than a consonant in Welsh. But double letters also have their own phonetic pronunciation. And some of the sounds are really quite difficult to make if you're not a native speaker. There's some interesting stuff about your soft palate, that is the shape of your mouth, is actually defined by the language you speak as a youngster. So anything up to about 8, I think. If you haven't formed the sounds of another language by then, you're probably going to have a hard job approximating it. So the earlier you learn languages, the better, because if there is a sound in another language that you don't make in your language, it gets very, very hard to learn to make it when you get older, because literally your mouth is not shaped the way that a native speaker's would be shaped. You found it easier than French, but after COVID you couldn't cope with 3 languages going on in school, which is fair. It makes so much sense. The pronunciation thing. I mean, and there's learning to hear differences as well. I think I was talking about this fairly recently. Like the difference between a lot of European languages and Russian and some of those Eastern Bloc languages, in that they tend to use consonants to make a difference to the other stresses that make the differences between words. So ts and z and j and zj are all different to their ears. They sound very similar to ours, but they don't. They have difficulty listening for the difference between a, e, I, etc., because they don't use the stresses the same way. So we both have, you know, mutual problems with learning each other's languages. Snow has seen your message that you're devouring her brain. Ah, I see. Is she here but lurking? Right, I don't see any more 14 to do right now. So I think I'm going to pick up 23 instead, which is a lovely bright yellow. Clean this brush first, obviously. Oh, you posted it in your server. Ah, I see. Is Crip going to be awake in time to start his stream on time, Grace? I see you're all still talking about books. It occurred to me that now I've got my Kindle Scribe, I could go hog wild on Project Gutenberg and get a whole load of books off there to put onto my Kindle Scribe. You're going to go cook your bagel burger, so you'll be back in a bit, assuming it doesn't take ages. You just moved a container in a garden. There were many ants with wings underneath it, preparing. It's nearly flying ant day. Oh, no. As you know, I saw one the other day scuttling over our patio with its wings on. Wasn't flying, it was just having a wander, but oh, it's gone a bit splodgy. I need a little bit of water with it, I think. You got distracted putting clothes away. You have a phobia of ants, so you won't be seen in public till it's over. Oh no, llama. I mean, ants can bite. I think all species of ant can bite. Some are a lot worse than others, though. And most of the ones in the UK, they can bite, but it's comparatively minor. Note the word comparatively. Because, I mean, there are ants so not benign. I'm sure there's a species of ant somewhere in the world. I don't remember where. Might be the Amazon. And the force of the biting jaws is so much that they use it to actually, that like the indigenous people there use them to close up wounds. Like they'll offer an ant up and get it to bite against the two sides of the wound, and then they'll twist the ant's body off and leave just the ant jaws holding the wound together. She's sort of neat and also a bit gross. But yeah, I'm sorry you have that phobia, llama. Hi, maybe. Your ants are called fire ants because of both their orange colour and the pain of their bites. Yeah, there are soldier ants, they're cow ants. So we get red ants here. No, I'm pretty sure I saw it on a David Attenborough thing, Pokey. I don't think it was a made up thing. Right, looking for more areas of 23 on this side. I know there's plenty more 23 areas to go. But just finding them, moving from left to right. Sorry if I'm in front of the camera a little bit. As I've said before, it's not necessarily the easiest thing to do this. So I don't have the most sophisticated of setups. You're back with food? Nice. You don't want the rite of passage of being bitten by really painful ants. I mean, normally, it's a boy thing, isn't it? Rites of passage tend to be much more focused at boys. Your mum asked you to play with the corgi with your hose. She likes chasing the stream of water out the nozzle all across the yard. I'm correct, but you're saying if you were asked to do it, nope, nope, nope. Yeah. On the other hand, I wonder whether one of the reasons that the assigned female at birth children are not asked to go through such things is we get periods and they're just as painful anyway. And they'd probably be embarrassed at how well we put up with the pain of other things. Periods, childbirth, yeah, built-in rites of passage there, absolutely. I was reading an interesting thing about rites of passage and how the Western world generally doesn't have so many rites of passage these days, and that it might actually be psychologically healthy to do so, you know, have rites of passage. Which I thought was quite an interesting take. But then another commenter was, well, of course we do. We mark things with much more gentle things, but there's like school proms are a rite of passage, as it were. Getting your driving license is a rite of passage. You know, they're all parts of joining the adult world in Western culture. Going on to further education, like college or university. So it's not quite as cut and dried as is sometimes portrayed. But of course, one of the downsides of that is that some people are denied access to some of those things purely through socioeconomic background. I mean, I'm mainly thinking of the driving and further education there, but you never had a prom, had a senior banquet instead? 30 plus years, you've mostly gotten over it. Well, you see, prom didn't used to be a thing when I was young in the UK. It has become a thing over here. It's very much with the influence of America, though. Was this another one of those things of we're religious, so girls and boys may not partake of something together? Driving and getting your license is big in Ohio, but for your mum it wasn't in New York since they can walk, bus or take the train. Dancing was forbidden. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say, maybe. It sounds like maybe didn't have a Kevin Bacon to save her. I mean, there's plenty of religious parts of the world where dancing is not prohibited, maybe. I assumed it was the not having two sexes together, not you weren't allowed to dance. Oh, my word. I think there was a conscious decision made to leave curls. Even going to the movies was frowned on. And the point about New York, it's the same with London here. People in London generally don't bother to learn to drive because public transport is good and owning a car is an absolute pain in London. Nowhere to put cars for a start. But you can get all round the capital with such ease. Occasionally, Pokey and I go into the capital with a car, but quite often we don't bother. Quite often we'll go in on the train and use the public transport around the capital. I mean, it's not too much of an issue for us in terms of, because we have an electric car, we're not subject to the, well, we are subject to, but we don't get charged for going into the ultra low emission zone because electric car. Which has definitely cut traffic down in London. Dancing was forbidden simply because of the close physical nature of the activity. There's plenty of forms of dance which do not require a partner of the opposite sex. But yeah, I mean, I feel like when you're getting to the level of we are banning all types of dancing, you're moving out of conservative Christian towards fundamentalist. You know, the same sort of people that would, you know, decry Middle Eastern customs, which are actually aimed at much the same thing. You shouldn't wear a headscarf. Actually, if you go through the texts, there is quite a lot about dressing modestly. Jehovah's Witnesses. You were fundamentalists until all the televangelists corrupted the term. Well, fundamentalist is a term which is really used with extremists only. This bright yellow's really picking the painting up. I feel like it's starting to really come together with this bright yellow. Have I got any tea left? Nope, no tea for me. I will take a break when I finish getting this bright yellow in. I mean, my break will be a little later than normal because I was a little later than normal starting. You love the colour combinations on this in general. Sorry that face is entering the picture, but I'm having to lean over quite a way to get over here. Oh, paint's going a bit blobby again. Doris face is never a problem. Thank you. Pokey, thank you so much for resubscribing. 71 months. Oh my God, 72. You got an ad? You're in the ad? Oh no. It's like, for a split second, you're not subscribed. Have an ad. Refreshed now. Thank you so much for the resub, Pokey. What, 1 month off 6 years? Good grief. Yeah, I was saying, you know, the nanosecond that you weren't subscribed, they're like, quick, quick, give you an ad, give you an ad. Right. I think that might be the most of the 23 done. I shall no doubt find all the 23s I've missed when I come back from break. But we are getting there. It is all starting to come together, I think. I think we might go with 19 when I get back, because there's quite a lot of that around the place. And 19 is sort of a pale buff colour. Right. I am going to take a break now. So do the thing, grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink, medicine if you need to medicate, water if you need to hydrate. Think about moving your body, changing your focal length, being the best you can be. I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes. In the meantime, you can play some Pixel Maze. See you shortly. You have reached the Disco Doris channel, home of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. Your custom is important to us. Please hold. All our operators are busy right now. We will get to you as soon as possible. Just a moment, please. We will be there with you shortly. We are your leading source of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. Please hold until this content resumes. Thank you for holding. Your patience is appreciated, and we will be with you shortly. You have reached the Disco Doris channel, home of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. Your custom is important to us. Please hold. All our operators are busy right now. We will get to you as soon as possible. Just a moment, please. We will be there with you shortly. We are your leading source of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. Please hold until this content resumes. Thank you for holding. Your patience is appreciated, and we will be with you shortly. You have reached the Disco Doris channel, home of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. Your custom is important to us. Please hold. All our operators are busy right now. We will get to you as soon as possible. Just a moment, please. We will be there with you shortly. And I'm back. And I haven't put my headphones back on. Where are headphones? There they are. Okay, I can hear you all again now. Not that I can actually hear you at all, but I can hear my music, which is nice for what we're up to. Right, 19, here we go. Oh, by the way, congratulations, Pokey. Coming in first, Curls second, maybe third, Grace fourth. Well done, all of you. It's actually difficult for me to access my keyboard because it's actually behind the canvas, which is why I don't enter when I'm doing the painting. You won? Was that your payment for resubscribing? I don't know. I don't think it works that way. I think Pixel Maze is entirely separate from Twitch as such. So this is the fifth paint by numbers stream that I have done. And obviously we are getting closer and closer to it being finished. But I have a query. Would you like me to mix it up a little bit and have other crafting stuff as well as the paint by numbers, or would you rather one project at a time? Or, you know, knowing that I have multiple projects on the go, would you be interested in having different things on Saturdays, sort of mixed up between the projects? So, for example, I've got knitting on the go right now. I have a cross stitch I want to start. Or would you prefer that I concentrate on one thing at a time? I have absolutely no issues if you would like me to concentrate on one thing at a time, because obviously there's plenty to do in this. And I have been doing just the paint by numbers for the last 4 weeks, 5 weeks, including now. Would it feel too disjointed if I started mixing and matching up the projects? I feel like with both the knitting and the cross stitch, I'm probably going to do quite a lot of it off stream as well as on stream. Whereas at the moment, the paint by numbers I have kept entirely for on stream. You like the paint by numbers, finishing one, then going to another would be better? Finish the paint by numbers with the occasional progress report on whatever else I've started, which is absolutely fine, yeah? I have no issues with that. I mean, that's the point of asking, sort of gauging what you would like. But I'm glad you're enjoying the paint by numbers, because I'm enjoying it very much myself. I feel like I'm painting a little ferret here. Look, there's a tail there, his head's here, and then there's two little tiny feet. Tiny little feetsies. I'm not sure you can see because it's really quite tiny on your screen, I suspect. You need a bit of sewing advice? Is a long boy. Is a long boy. How can I help, maybe, if at all? I'm not guaranteeing I can help. Is whip stitch okay as a seam finishing stitch, or should you break down and pull the sewing machine out of storage? I would not use whip stitch as a seam finishing. But you don't need to pull the storage out. I'm just trying to think of the name of the... Have you watched any Bernadette Banner, maybe? Because she shows you beautifully how to finish a seam. So I do something that's sort of close to a whip stitch, but it's not exactly a whip stitch. In that you sort of, you do the diagonal, which you would describe as a whip stitch, but then you take the tiniest amount out of the other side. So I would double fold the seam. I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about, like, you've put the seam in already and you just want to finish so that the raw edges don't fray. So yeah, so you take a fairly hefty stitch out of the folded over seam, and then just the tiniest bit of the material underneath. So it looks almost invisible on the other side because you've only taken like 1 or 2 threads to fasten the seam down. Pre-existing seams were serged, but you don't have a serger. Felling stitches, absolutely. I would fell it. I couldn't remember what it was called, but felling is absolutely the right term. I quite enjoy felling. It just takes a very long time. I've never owned a serger either. I mean, I think it's even slower. There is an alternative where you just stay entirely on the bit of seam, and that's to blanket stitch the edge. But I think that takes longer than felling, personally. Unless you go back and fell stitch all the seams, you're worried the ones you do will stand out. I mean, if it is time, just break out the sewing machine and put a zigzag stitch in everything rather than the serger. But I think you knew that. But I certainly wouldn't whip stitch it. I don't think the whip's strong enough to prevent the fray. A good evening to all. Hi, Dis. Yes, a good evening to you all. I could read it, but my grammar is also fairly appalling. I mean, we'd have to get Dina's opinion or something on your German grammar. If indeed Dina is still here, she might have disappeared to play a game, which is entirely reasonable. I often leave a lurk and go and play a game. You're still here? You're also playing Oxygen Not Included. You know, which, as I said, is an entirely reasonable thing to do. I often do it myself. So we were just wondering whether Dis had got his German right when he said a good evening to all in German. How's it going anyway, Dis? Almost correct, just the wrong pronoun. You'd use ich rather than deinen. Is it ich or is it euch? I would not know. I presume euch, actually. You're doing great. That's lovely to hear. Second, euch. I think some tea might be on the way, which would be nice. I'm a little bit parched right now. I have got some water, I think. Actually, I'm not sure that I filled my water bottle up either. But it's around the other side of the canvas, which is not great. Tea. Indeed, tea. I was very amused by, I watch a YouTuber by the name of Welsh Viking. He is a Welsh person and he does a lot of historic stuff. But people have been really rude about his teeth being yellow, and he was explaining that actually teeth of a mid-30s or later person is entirely natural, and that actually gleaming white teeth are unnatural. You know, you can damage teeth by bleaching them to be dazzlingly white. And then he went into the history of the Hollywood white smile and how most of them actually had their teeth filed and veneers added to them. So they weren't actually people's real teeth that you saw in Hollywood when the perfect white smile was brought into fashion. The link is the tea drinking, because Brits will often have quite yellow teeth because tannins from tea are definitely a thing that make our teeth more yellow, but we can have very healthy teeth even though they are yellow. I hear Mandalay telling Pokey it's her dinner time. I think it is too. I don't think I gave her dinner before, when we had dinner, before I started streaming, which is 2 late dinners for her. Your mum stopped bleaching her teeth because her teeth were becoming too sensitive. That's right. I mean, it strips the enamel off. You're actually likely to have healthier teeth if you leave them yellow. But a natural creamy colour is entirely reasonable. I've never had my teeth bleached. Even unbleached, your teeth are far too sensitive to bleach them. Well, you know, as far as I'm concerned, be proud of your healthy, creamy teeth. It amuses me because nobody expects ivory to be dazzling woolly white. It's exactly the same substance. It should be a natural creamy colour. Also, how rude have you got to be to make comments about a person's smile on the internet when their YouTube is not focused around anything to do with beauty or anything like that. He's a historian. People are rubbish. Oh, hi, Kate. Currently on a 40 stream streak. You are the exist. If there's something people can be nasty about, they will be. Yeah. Bring more kindness into this world. Honestly, Dis, if they're home baked, doesn't matter what they look like. It's the taste that matters. How are you today, Kate? Are you all good? Muggy heat day equals sleep. Yes. It's not so hot here. The heat has dissipated quite considerably. We've got a lot of the windows open in the house to try and cool the house down, though, because the house is hanging on to the heat. Oh, you want to be accused of them being store-bought so you can say that you baked them? I mean... I think if they taste good, most people would say that they were better than store-bought anyway. I'd certainly rather be served homemade. Pokey would prefer store-bought, but he's odd. We don't trust his taste buds anyway. He can't tell what meat is what unless I put the right condiment with it. If I serve him meat with the wrong condiment, he can't tell the difference. On the other hand, it does mean I can buy store-bought cakes, not bother to make any. If he doesn't consider them any better than store-bought, why the heck should I go to the trouble? Oh my God. The cat has done something absolutely foul in the litter tray. Hi, Dan. Those two thoughts were unrelated. Well, I know what I'll be doing after stream. I will be cleaning litter trays. Because, my God, that is appalling. Oh, Lordy. I mean, and I'm not that close to the litter tray. I sit a good 10 feet away round a corner from the litter tray. The door is open between me and the litter tray. So where my desk is downstairs, I'm at the other end, but not blocked off at all from the kitchen area. So sort of open plan. You know, it would make a really nice kitchen diner, but instead we have the kitchen on one end and I have my office and various other bits and pieces at this end. And there's a sort of a double door. It's not a full, the doors are not full size. They're smaller doors, but they are double doors. Out to the hallway. And the hallway has a nice granite tile floor. So that's where the litter tray is. It's in the hallway outside. On the granite tile. Where even if she poops over the edge of the litter tray, it's not going to do any damage. If I need to take a few minutes for my comfort, I'm only in a nasty smell. You know, it's not great, but I can survive it absolutely fine. Yeah, so her litter tray is, as I said, sort of 10 feet away out round a corner. But, my God, the stench. The stench from a small cat. I can stand it. Doesn't mean I'm not going to complain about the assault that my nostrils are going through. You're thankful we have basements here. I'm in the basement, Curls. My kitchen is in the basement. So the way that my house is arranged, we have 4 stories. You come in the front door and there is a hallway. There is a half, what the Americans would call a half bath, what we would call a cloakroom, with, you know, just a toilet and a sink in it. And to the right is the living room. The living room goes from the front to the back of the building. So it's dual aspect. There's windows to the front and French doors to the back. And there are stairs to go down or there are stairs to go up. So you go to the end of the hallway to go down, but there are stairways immediately in front of you to go up. So if you come down, you'll find the basement or the lower ground floor, and that has a hallway. It has what we call the room of doom, which contains our hot water cylinder and is our dumping ground for all sorts of crap. It is a long, slim room, so it's about 4 feet wide by about 8 feet long. So it's basically just a glorified cupboard anyway. So although we call it the room of doom, it's basically just a glorified cupboard. Or closet, if you're American. I think in times gone past, it was probably the pantry, that room. It'd probably make a good pantry, actually. I could probably return it to being a pantry, but we've got very little storage in the house. And yes, and then you've got the room that's beneath the living room, which is again dual aspect. It goes from front to back, but my end, I have a light well. The back end does have a window, but it's below ground level of the... So the top's not below ground level, but the bottom half of the window is below ground level at the back. Our house is built on a hill, by the way. But yeah, that ends the kitchen end. If you go up the stairs, above the pantry area, on the next floor up is our main family bathroom. And 2 bedrooms, and then you go up again, and then there's another bathroom, but that one's a shower room. Hasn't got a bath in it. The main bathroom has a bath in it. Go up, there's a shower room, and another 2 bedrooms. So we've got 4 bedrooms in total, 2.5 baths. This could be a kitchen diner, but I use this end as my office area. Pokey uses one of the bedrooms on the top floor as his office area. But there are only the 2 of us living here. The reason we got such a big house is when we bought the house, the girls were still teenagers. My stepdaughters were still teenagers. And we had room for everybody. But now they're all grown up, so we don't see them so much. But it's in a very convenient place in the middle of town. A few people from chat have actually visited. So like when Grace came to visit, it's only 10 minutes walk maximum to the train station from here. So we went and greeted Grace by walking to go and fetch her. Getting these darker colours in is definitely beginning to pull it together. Well, you're going to have to put up with some of my face because I've got to lean right the way across to do this side now. Speaking of being yelled at, you should go and feed your fur balls. Mandalay's come to moan at you. She's not moaning about wanting food because Pokey fed her just a moment ago. She's moaning about the fact that somebody's done something really smelly in one of her litter trays. Never mind that it was her. She will nonetheless moan about it. For that is the way she rolls. She's actually quite fastidious. But yeah, she does terrible things in her litter tray and then comes to complain to us that there's something terrible in her litter tray. It's like, we know you are the one that put the terrible thing in the litter tray. See? Pokey's telling she's moaning about the state of the litter tray. She is very predictable. Right, so if I put the lid back on 19, you can almost guarantee I'll find all the areas of 19 that I've missed, can't you? But I am going to do that thing. So, brush cleaning again. Oh, there's a lot of pigment stuck in the brush this time. There we go. That's come out now. Right. I'm going to open 5, which is one of the colours for the water again. So there's quite a lot of areas of 5 that haven't gone in yet. I don't know whether I've previously done 5 or not, but if I have, I've missed a whole load of areas. You have a fan running in the lounge, pushing the stench away from you towards me. She tried to crap in the litter tray on the ground floor. She perched in the tray and crapped over the edge. Oh my God. Hubby's cats used to do that. They'd situate themselves perfectly, squat, take 2 steps back up to the edge and then let loose. She's now come to sit on you with her dirty arse on your trackpad. Yeah, Pokey has told me I'm not allowed to have any more pets. So that's my penance. I'm not allowed anymore. Why has chat paused? There we go. Talking about pets, and here comes Domino to lay down beside you, Akuma. One pet you'll never get is a bird. In your old age, you might try to befriend the crows and ravens outside, but no pets on the inside. Yeah. I mean, Pokey does have a point. ADHD me is not great at keeping the house clean. And pets do add to the amount of housework that needs doing. Fate, in the meantime, is desperate for me to have a dog because he saw how I was with his dog. He's like, you should so have a dog. And I was like, it's not going to happen. I'm going to respect my husband's wishes. Doesn't stop me looking at puppies, though. I do look at puppies fairly often. But it's a bit like houses. I look at houses fairly often. I'm not going to buy every house I look at. I'm not going to home every puppy I look at. Pets also help a lot with that mental health thing that ADHDers are prone to. Yeah, but I'm sure I can manage without. Not that I have for a very long time. I can't remember the last time I didn't have a pet. Where a dog would be good for me would be forcing me out to get exercise. You know, getting me out for a walk every day, because I might not be able to do it for myself, even though I know it would be good for me, but I would be able to do it for a pet. This is the classic thing, like not being able to clean for yourself, but being able to clean for other people. But as I said, I'm fully intending to respect Pokey's wishes and not have another animal after Mandalay. You can. It was horrible. It took you 2 weeks before you went out to seek another pet. Well, I mean, it's not like I'm on my own, Dina. You were on your own. You know, I do have a Pokey. So I suppose he's a pet of types. Less likely to crap on the floor, I have to be perfectly honest. What do you mean, maybe? I shouldn't say that sort of thing about Pokey, that he's not likely to crap on the floor. But he's not. He's not likely to crap on the floor. You unmuted at the wrong time, Ghostly. No, I'm saying he's not crapping on the floor. We were saying that Pokey has expressed the wish that I don't get another pet. And Dina was saying that she remembers when she was last without a pet, and it only took her 2 weeks before she went to start looking for a new pet. And I said, well, yes, you are on your own. I'm not on my own. I have Pokey, and he's less likely to crap on the floor than a pet. You might have missed that Mandalay crapped on the floor a little bit earlier. She backed up she got it all 4 paws in the litter tray, backed up and crapped over the edge of it. Because she is a problem cat. Missed a lot of context. With the context, it makes sense, but unmuting at the wrong time puts a different spin on things. Yes. Massive meowsma and mess from Mandalay. Yes, there is a lot of alliteration. But maybe he's good with words. I'm going to get my head in the way of the canvas again in a moment. Some of this is requiring judgment because it doesn't have any number actually in the segment because they're too small. I'm going to move this a little bit towards me. You can see more of my mess around the corner. I'm going to get some tea, actually. Well, they're just very, very tiny pieces. It's almost impossible to put a number in them. But I sort of like that there isn't a number. You know, it gives me my own options. I can make my own mind up. in some of these places. I feel like there's a lot over here that I can't really see because it's got so tiny. Bowls and glass all full. Nice, maybe. I think to get this piece right, I might end up doing quite a lot of this piece off stream, because when I'm down in the really fiddly bits here, I can't really see from being over here what they say. Having said that, rather than looking at it close up as I'm doing and looking at it on screen, I think it's really coming together. I think it's beginning to look really quite spectacular. Don't know what other people are thinking. Does look great and almost done. Just got to finish the buildings. Actually, there's a lot of sea that's not done. A lot of the water isn't done. but it's definitely all getting there. Right, I'm going to go for another strong colour. So this time I'm going to go for 10, which is quite a startling orange actually. But I need to get this brush clean first because it's got plenty of blue in it right now. Then I've got to get into this orange. See what I mean about that being quite the bright colour? It's gotten to the point where you can definitely see what it's supposed to be, not fully fleshed out, but the key elements are there. Yeah, right. I agree. Adding some of these key bright colours has helped with that, I think. I'm not sure how much of this you're seeing. Is it slightly... Yeah, because I pulled everything slightly this way, didn't I? Let me move that back again a tad. So can you see that yet? I think you can, yeah. Yeah, it's in frame now. Yeah, sorry about that. I'd forgotten I'd pulled the canvas over. I'm aware of how much today I've been painting with tiny brushes. But this is quite a complicated canvas, so there is that. And I actually don't mind the complication. There's quite a lot of this, but it's in very tiny pieces. It's always a bit of a disappointment to me when the texture of the canvas makes the line that I'm drawing with my brush look sort of like it's made of dots rather than a smooth brush stroke. I mean, to a certain extent, that's my fault for not having enough paint on the brush, but this corgi, you tried to get her come upstairs with a treat and she wouldn't, kept whining and crying. You go downstairs to get some mail from your dad and she runs upstairs. She just doesn't want to be where you are. I mean, most cases, the pets, it's just as well they're cute. Works for children too. Otherwise, many of them would be murdered before they achieved adulthood. Now she's laying peacefully at the top of the stairs. She's an absolute brat. This colour is definitely giving a lot of definition to this area. It's a bold colour. I'm not sure how well it turns up on the screen camera-wise, but it is really quite a bright orange in real life. Certainly under the lights that I'm doing. But the amount of definition it's giving to the buildings on this side is amazing. A bit terracotta, yes. It's slightly brighter than terracotta in real life. Just trying to think if there's anything that I could compare it to. There isn't really, because it's quite an artificial colour. I don't think I know anything that is naturally this colour, let's put it that way. Papaya is probably the closest thing. You know the flesh of papaya, that colour? It's probably closest to that. But it again, it's slightly deeper than papaya. Now you want tropical fruit salad. Cooked sweet potato. No, it's much, much darker than cooked sweet potato. Actually, that was something I was thinking about doing, was chopping up all the stuff I've got to make a fruit salad. So I've got watermelon, I've got cantaloupe melon, I've got red grapes, I've got white grapes, I've got pear, I've got apple, and I've got oranges. And I think all of those together would make a really nice fruit salad. And if I chop it up, Pokey will help himself to fruit. If I don't chop it up, Pokey will not eat fruit. It's not that he doesn't like it, he just can't be bothered with the faff of it. But if I have prepared it, he will eat it. I mean, he used to be okay with grapes. But then he wanted me to put the grapes in the fridge, so they kept. And now that I put the grapes in the fridge, he never touches the grapes. So I don't know what's going on there. Because obviously there isn't very much faff with grapes as long as they're seedless ones. Faffy food is only worthwhile if you have a Doris to prepare it for you. Uh-huh. Right, now I'm looking for more 10. Oh, there's a lovely big swathe of it over here. You haven't asked Doris to peel grapes for you? Yet. There's a reason you haven't asked me to peel grapes for you, isn't there? I think it's because you know what the answer will be. Well, I can tell you there is no point in asking me to peel grapes for you, Pokey, because it's not going to happen. There we are. Nice, clear communication. And the communication is not on your Nelly. I wasn't quite that rude, Cade. It starts with F, ends with F. How will you conduct your Roman-themed harem orgies without someone to peel grapes for you? I mean, you have to get somebody else to peel your grapes. That's how. Also, you've never been very successful at this whole harem business. I feel it's somewhat lacking. I see you're getting your normal amount of volunteers for the harem and grape peeling, Pokey. I'm having a bit more tea and spotting the next bit of 10 that I've missed, which is over here. Is there any up on the roofs? I don't see any. Okay, I'm going to put the lid on 10. wash my brush out yet again. Oh, there's another dark colour here that needs doing. That's 21. So 21 is like a burgundy colour. Like a really deep, rich brown with red undertones. And I've moved the canvas again, haven't I? So let's move you back again. What is the benefits package? Sounds like the first harem member needs to be an HR person. Is this because you haven't thought about a benefits package, Pokey? That counts out maybe Aaron Ghostly, only because the HR requirement, the no pay was off-putting, and there's no travel allowance, so maybe he can't get there. I see you're having logistical problems, Pokey. You thought being with you would be benefit enough, Pokey. It's a cruel world when your dreams are disabused, isn't it? Poor, poor Pokey. Grace is giggling away. So after you get an HR person, you need a logistics person. Well, not necessarily. At what point does having a harem transition to a small to medium business? You know, I think harems were always small to medium businesses. I mean, the actual function of harem was political goodwill. So everybody focuses on the sexy bits of harems, but actually they were part of the political structure. in terms of being something that you took, you know, women from your various allies to add to the harem, to give you a political tie to your allies, because it was considered very bad form to attack somebody who, you know, you had a lady from. I mean, it was similar here, but of course it was done with singular wives rather than plural. But yes, the harem was very much about politically being able to get on with your neighbours. And the ladies didn't have very much to do, so they used to dabble with politics as well. So I don't know, Pokey, do you want a political faction in your household? Because that's really what your harem is for. A political faction in lieu of playing wages. Pokey for Prime Minister, you'd vote for him. I mean, no, that's not quite how I meant in terms of the political. I'm talking about, you know, harems were political when the harems generally belonged to the ruling classes. So we're talking about when monarchies were in place in various parts. Harems were monarch things. Pokey can't have a harem because he's not monarchy, more or less. And to be honest, the monarchs of Britain have never practiced polygamy as far as I'm aware. Isn't there a mile-wide strip of land between Moldova and Romania that neither country wants? You could invade that and declare yourself the monarch. I think that it's not that neither of them want it. I think both of them want it. But I think the strip of land itself is a bit split on who they want to belong to. So everybody just pretends that there's no issue there and gets on with things. I don't remember what it's called, but I remember exactly what you're talking about. I did read up on it a little while back. Could try and become monarch of Sealand, a bit closer to home. Fairly unpleasant living conditions. Those offshore forts were never built to be comfortable. Sorry, got a little bit focused on trying to get these little tiny fiddly bits because there's a lot of fiddling going on here. You're looking at islands for sale? For £200 you could become a Count of Zealand. 27 in 2002, that's probably too many as far as I'm concerned. Have you found any nice islands for sale yet, Pokey? St. Anathasios Island off the coast of Greece for 2.2 million euros. There are lots of islands for sale in the Bahamas. I mean, the Bahamas always sound nice. And then I remember that hurricane season is a thing. And I've no idea what the sea level rise climate change prognosis is for the Bahamas. Possibly not that great. There might be issues there. One of my colleagues is out in the Bahamas at the moment. I've not got involved with that project. I don't think there's any reason for me to get involved with the project. I don't think there's got any environmental remit. But I think there is dredging happening. Maybe some other coastal engineering. I mean, the whole thing of Sealand basically is to extract money these days. So, you know, it is pretty much a novelty thing. I don't think Sealand has any validity, by the way, either. It's a bit like all those scams that saying we'll sell you a square foot of Scotland and you could have a laird title. Laird is absolutely not something you can have as a title unless you're born to it. I mean, they're fun novelty things, but some people take them seriously. And that's what I have objecting to them. You know, you cannot purchase a title like that by just grabbing a square foot of land. It's not how it works. Oh my word, there's some tiny, tiny bits that I'm having to do here. So tiny, I'm not even sure that they show up on screen. Just a novelty thing, which is fine. I mean, I think most people in the UK are sufficiently aware of Sealand to not think that they're actually becoming nobility. And to be fair, I think a lot... Oh, ouch. I just tipped the light into my face. I think there's also sort of like a good element of... it does actually preserve the fort. So they are maintaining the sea fort, which is, you know, it is part of our heritage. It's an odd part of our heritage, certainly. So for those of you that don't know, Sealand is a fort off the east coast of the UK. And it was built as a gun emplacement. I'm not sure which World War, actually. Probably the second, but it may have been the first. But yeah, it's a gun emplacement, basically, to out in the estuary to, it's out in the Thames estuary to defend our shoreline. And it did have, you know, facilities to live on board because you needed gunners to be out there. But as I said, it was never built to be comfortable. It was built as a defensive fortification. I think technically, I know it was sold off, but I think technically, since it was constructed by the government of the UK, it is still part of the UK. And that, you know, declaring independence was never a thing that they could really enforce. I think they established it. They tried to establish it as independent, so that as a tax haven, so they didn't have to pay tax to the UK government. But I think it's within our territorial waters still, like the UK's territorial waters. Right. It claims it did repel the UK government and army and it was built illegally in international waters. I don't think so. Unless they've added to it. It's been a long while since I've looked up what happened with Sealand, though, so I might be remembering it all wrong. I mean, I think you need to look at an independent site, not just the Sealand claims. As I said, I'm pretty sure that it all started out as a tax dodge. Pretty sure it was built as a gun emplacement. But it's well within the 200 miles of our shore. And it can't be in international waters because none of the North Sea is international. there's a line down the middle where, you know, the Dutch and the French and the Belgians and the UK all agree that their borders touch. But in the North Sea, there are no international waters. You can't get out of territorial waters. We're outside of one territorial. You can get outside of one territorial limit, but not the other. There are lots of treaties in place in the North Sea. And this is an area I know quite a bit about, for fairly obvious reasons. But I would suggest that they are misrepresenting themselves. Sounding a bit like the Conch Republic in Key West. Yes, maybe. It's quite similar. Honestly, the only reason that the British government doesn't bother to crack down on it is because it's too expensive to bother. You're not going to gain in taxation what you would lose in having to send people on boats to go and sort them out. And in the meantime, they can make ridiculous claims, like they have repelled the UK government, who have probably sent them several letters saying, you know, you are a little bit out of order, sir. I am aware, by the way, that I have gone over the end of stream, but Crip's not live and I'm still enjoying painting, so... Crip is dead from tired's. Uh-huh. I have a piece of fluff on my brush. And I seem to have lost a piece of paper for wiping my brush on too. Let's wipe the fluff off. There we go. I don't know whether I got fluff on the brush from in the paint or what. Trying to find more bits of 21 now. Actually, let's try and make that a little bit stronger. Oh, that's blobbed rather than going on nicely. Heck. Oh well, such is life. bad fluff. You're not complaining? Sorry, let's get my hand and head out of the way so that the camera focuses a bit. It is definitely coming together now, isn't it? Right, I'm going to pull this over again. Let's push my water a bit further back so I can see if there's any more 21. I'm not seeing it. Oh, there's a bit there. You're bored? Besides Doris, you've done everything you can and it's too hot to go outside? Just chill and enjoy the stream? I mean, that's a possibility. Find yourself a good book, maybe? Sounds like it's time for an ice cream. Ice cream sounds nice. I had ice cream just before stream. Well, I had a low-calorie alternative to an ice cream. Well, I missed putting my brush in the water then and just smeared acrylic paint down the side of the water container instead. Whoops. Right. I think I am going to call it there. Thank you all so much for being with me. Let me pop that back in the center so you can actually see the whole canvas. Even then, I think it needs to go over a tad. There we go. Good amount of progress? Yeah, I reckon so. What I might do is I might, if I've got some time off stream, I might go through and fill in some of the areas which I have done the colour before. Like, for example, the black. I've seen that there are some areas of black that I've missed. There are some areas of blue that I've missed. So not cheating as such, just, you know, taking stock of where I've missed stuff and putting that in instead. Because I see there are some small areas where I could also going over some of these areas because they've been a bit too dilute or somewhat. Like up here, there's, you can't potentially see it, but there's quite a lot of canvas showing through here. And here. And here. I just want to sort of like get the colour on a little bit more thickly. Some areas with the paler colours, like here, you can still see the vestiges of the number coming through. And I don't really want that happening. So, yeah. So I might go and do some of those sort of things. So, thank you all for being with me. Let me have a quick look. Who is available to go and raid? TJ is playing Baldur's Gate 3. Pink Clouds is playing Celeste. Bit of Alice, formerly Pixel Pit, is playing The Sims 4. And Johnny is playing Pokemon Ultra Sun. I think I'm going to take you to Bit of Alice for The Sims 4. So thank you all of you who were here. Thank you to those of you who chatted. Thank you to those of you who lurked. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you for resubs. Thank you for new follows. I appreciate all of you. I will be back tomorrow. And I will be playing Planet Crafter for some chill Sunday. It'll be 6 p.m. my time. I hope to see you soon. In the meantime, as always, be kind, be awesome.